Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday, or at least most Fridays, at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're noticing that the time is a little bit different for you today than is normal, you're probably outside of the US because we ended up having daylight savings happen this past Sunday. So if it's what would it be? It's going to appear a little bit earlier for you, I think. So it's probably showing up an hour earlier. That's my guess anyway. But for those of you who are watching live, welcome. For those of you watching after the fact, the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I am going to have a little bit of a different schedule, I guess, because I still am planning on reading Year of Wonders. I'm still really enjoying this book. My past week was just so hectic that I could not find it in me to carve out the time to read, because whenever I would actually have a moment to myself, I was either outside enjoying the beautiful weather, or I just did not have the mental energy to do pretty much anything. So I'm going to be reading today, but during my first sprint, I am also going to be journaling. It's something that I do when I'm feeling a lot of stress. And today I ended up getting some pretty stressful news about my job. And so I just want to take a moment to kind of organize my thoughts. So that's what I'll be doing during my first sprint. So do please let me know what it is that you are going to be reading or working on tonight. And it could be that you want to sit and watch a TV show. It like anything that you're going to do that's just going to help you to relax. That's going to be the most important thing. As always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket. If it's cold where you are, put a fan on you. If it's warm, I finally have the perfect temperature right now in my home. And I'm really happy about that because I don't feel overly cold and I'm definitely not hot. So, woohoo. I also just realized that I did not bring my water in here. So I need to do that so that I stay hydrated. Stay hydrated during these sprints. It's very important. And yeah, so I'm going to go over and see how everybody's doing. Check out the comments. See, Swank came in first. Hello, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Pie Day and happy Potato Chip Day. I love that it's both of those things. I think that's great. You know what? In honor of Potato Chip Day, I'm going to put a question up about that. Thank you for the inspiration for that, Swank. That was a good one. And then we got Heidi coming in. Hi, Heidi. Good to see you. Heidi says, hello, happy Friday Night Lights. Yes, it is. Happy Friday Night Lights. Denise says, hello, everyone. Hello to you, Denise. I'm at the park walking and listening to The Prince of Tides. Oh, that's lovely. I'm happy for you. I actually took a lunch break today, which is nice. And I went over to one of my local parks and was walking around too. And it was just such the perfect day for it. And everybody because I just chat with people, or I shouldn't say chat, but I say hello to people as I pass by. And most people were in a really great mood and just very friendly. So that made me feel good. I think everybody was just glad to have such beautiful weather. And Skeleton Key is here. Hello, Skeleton. Good to see you. And she says, hello, everyone. Combat Veteran is here. Hi, Combat Veteran. Good to see you. Welcome. He says, hi, Alex. Faye says, hello, I'm reading Blob, A Love Story by Maggie Sue and A Good House for Children by Kate Collins. Nice. I know you were reading the Blob one last time. I don't think you were reading A Good House for Children, but I do think you mentioned it. I could be wrong about that. And Combat Veteran says, hi, Skeleton Key. And Swank says, I'm reading Anne of Green Gables, then we'll start The Hobbit. Nice, you're doing some classics. Nicole says, hi, Alex. I'm reading XX by Ryan Hughes. It's weird and wild. Okay, well, hopefully weird and wild in a good and interesting way. Nicole says, hi, chat friends. Caitlin says, hello. Not sure if I'll be reading or doing anything, but we'll be here. Well, happy to have you. Even if you're just vegging out, that's always great too. And Nicole says, I'm sitting outside sunbathing before it gets cold again. Yeah, you definitely want to do that while you can, because March is the entire month of false spring. Although somebody needs to tell the plants, because I was going through, I have some flower beds and I was like removing some of like the dead material that had obviously happened over the winter. And all of a sudden I see like all these tiny little shoots that are like springing forth, and my grass is coming back, and it's all just looking so good. And I'm like, yes, please, I want the green, but also please don't let anything die. I'm not seeing any like weather patterns right now that show that we're going to be getting a lot of frost again, but there is always the potential in the month of March that it will snow again, and probably will, because that's just what happens. I think it happens every year. And Heidi says, I'm listening to Into the Narrow Dark, almost done with Orson Ard, this book, and one more. Woohoo! Maybe the best fantasy series I've ever read. Well, that's saying something, because I know that you have something that you really, really love. Nicole says, pie. Not that kind of pie, but I wish it were. That'd be really fun. And Kat says, hey, Alex and friends in the chat. Hello to you too, Kat. Happy Friday. Yay! My dad, Barry, and I are heading out to eat dinner at Chipotle. Ooh, I love the Chipotle. Not sure what I'll be doing this evening yet, but I'll be back. All right, well, you enjoy yourself. I'm jealous of your Chipotle. My dinner tonight was, I just made a Chipotle chicken. Funny enough, Chipotle chicken deli sandwich. Ho ho. But obviously very, very different from actually going and getting Chipotle, which is like one of my favorite things. And Skeleton says, I should eat something now that it's 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, you definitely should. 100%. Would recommend that. And Zach says, happy Pi Day. In honor of Pi Day, I'll be reading Arithmophobia, an anthology of mathematical horror. That's awesome, which is on sale for 99 cents. I take it that's a small collection, Zach. I think that's really cool. And Heidi says, barbecue is my favorite potato chip flavor, and I love pumpkin pie. Good to know. I also really love the barbecue potato chip, although I will say that my favorites, if it's going to be barbecue flavor, I would prefer the baked Lay's over the regular Lay's. I think baked Lay's for barbecue is superior. Ho ho. And Robert says, hello, everyone. And hello to you too, Robert. And Angel says, hello, everyone. And hello to you too, Angel. Going to start the 5th book in the Percy Jackson series. Very, very nice. And Skeleton says, hiya, Combat. And Skeleton, am I remembering correctly that your name is also Christina? If I have messed that up, I'm very sorry. I am truly terrible with names. It is embarrassing. And Faye says, I'll be reading Blob and A Good House for Children for a long time. I had to take a break from both to read the 5 nominees of Canada Reads. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And Combat Veteran says, I'll be listening to ebooks on an app called Pocket FM. They're really good. Oh, nice. I love that. And Robert says, I went back to Eisenhorn Warhammer because Creation Lake was a soft DNF. That's a bummer. But soft DNF isn't as bad as just being like, I freaking hate it. It's kind of more of just saying, I'm not ready for it right now. And Emily is here. Hi, Emily. Emily says, hi, all. Sorry you got stress work news. Glad you have a way to process your thoughts about that. It sucks to go into the weekend with work stress hanging over. Yeah, it was something that I guess I should say the news wasn't a surprise to hear, but it was also something that I really didn't need the call about it on a Friday in the afternoon. It's like you could have waited until next week, so I could have just like gone into this week feeling okay. And just so everybody knows, right now, I haven't like lost my job or anything. I'm fine, but there's always, I should say, with the nature of my job, there is always the potential that one day I could get laid off. And there's just changes going on at the company that I'm at that could potentially happen in the future sooner than I expected, but that's not guaranteed either. So basically, what I was told is this is happening and we don't know how that's going to impact you, but wanted to let you know. And I was like, oh, good. That's not great. It's really not great. So there's a lot of ambiguity, and ambiguity is my least favorite thing in the world other than boredom. Like those two things they induce the most amount of stress for me. So I appreciate your kind words, and I know that everything's going to be okay, but I hate it when people can't tell me what's going on. And that goes for anything, like not just work. Like in general, I don't like it when people can't tell me what's going on. Nicole says, I have a little purple flowers out and daffodils are all but ready to bloom. No one told them to wait. Oh, I hope they end up being so pretty. Little purple flowers. That's adorable. Purple is apparently the color of my year this year because I got some new shoes. I got a new pair of sandals and I got a new pair of tennis shoes to go into the year because I'm doing a lot of walking and I wore out my other shoes completely and needed a new pair. And I didn't realize until I put them side by side that they were both purple. So I was like, okay, I guess there's a theme. Robert's putting pie. Nicole says, if you cut it into 3.14 pieces, then you get lots of pie. You're true. You were so right. Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hey, Alex, I'm currently reading David Copperfield. It's going to snow again because my snowman wreath is still on my door. Yeah, you're not wrong. And Nicole says, yay, Angela, for David, not snow. And Swank says, I like salt and vinegar chips. And Christina says, Faye, are you enjoying The Blob? I do not know whether to start that book, Glyph by Ali Smith or The Bones Beneath My Skin by TJ Klune. Can I get some votes? I would say The Bones Beneath My Skin by TJ Klune because that is one of the books that I want to read as well. And it would be really cool, Christina, to hear your thoughts on it. So that's my vote. And Nicole says she votes for Glyph. And Zach says, Arithmophobia is 13 short stories and a poem with syllabus in the Fibonacci sequence. It's also published by a local independent publisher. That's cool. I like that. Robert says kettle brand air fried Himalayan salt kettle chips. It's a mouthful, but I like it. And Skeleton says, Skeleton is fine. I'm a Christina and usually go by either Stina or Chris, but I don't usually put my name in writing online much. Okay. Good to know. I just don't want to ever offend anybody by not using the name that they would prefer. So if I ever mess that up, just let me know. And Swank says, my copy of Sunrise on the Reaping arrives on Tuesday the 18th. Yippee! And Zach says, Swank, I'll be reading Sunrise on the Reaping this month for a book club. Very cool. Who's the author for that? And Skeleton says, my husband is a software engineer, so this is a really stressful time with all that's going on. I know. I work for a company where a lot of our software engineers got laid off. And that was horrible to witness. And it feels like the job market isn't doing as hot right now as it should be. And it's unknown whether anytime in the near future it's going to be worse or better. So I don't know. When I was talking to, it was my manager's manager is the one that called me today. And I was telling her, I was like, well, I can't really worry about what's going to happen until you all tell me that I have something to worry about. Right. And that's difficult for me because I'm a worrier. But I also recognize that if I spend every moment worrying about what's going to happen with my job when there's the possibility everything could be okay, I'm going to have wasted so much energy and like joy that I could have had on it. And that's been one of the things that has been the hardest, like a hard growth point for me in my life is learning to just accept things as they come. And I'm not the best at it, but I'm really trying. And I hope that you all will be able to manage that too, until you have something to worry about, right? Swank is laughing at Nicole. And Faye says, Christina, yes, I'm enjoying Blob very much. It's weird, but funny. Heidi is voting for Glyph as well. Angela says, Nicole, I'm loving the story. Zach says, Sunrise on the Reaping is a Hunger Games prequel. Oh, so it's the sequel to A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Right? I would assume, maybe. And Swank says, by the chick that wrote Hunger Games. Yeah, I can't remember her name. Can't remember her name at all. And I read all 3 of those books back in the day. But yeah, in honor of potato chip flavor. I am going to just put in what is your favorite flavor of potato chip. I know some of you have answered, but I'm still curious. And would you all like 30 or 45 minutes for the first sprint? I have a feeling I know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. And Nicole says, Angela, I'm so glad. And Skeleton says, see, if your state requires advance notice of layoffs, Colorado requires companies to announce like 30 days in advance, but you have to know where to look. So in my state, I don't think it's, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it's required that they give you advance notice. But the only reason I don't know that is because I know that my company, they try to give people 60 days notice just as a courtesy. So they don't you're still going to be blindsided, but you're not blindsided thinking that like tomorrow now you don't have a job. Right. So that at least is something I do think is kind. If they're going to lay somebody off, at least, you get 2 more months of working. And then depending on how long you've worked at the company, if you work until your last day, they will give you severance pay. So, I mean, that's something I would still rather have a job. I would always rather still have a job, but there are some things that help us, I guess. And Swank says 45. Okay. And Precious Lover of Words is here. Hello, good to see you. And Precious says, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's day is going well. My day is going all right. Thank you. I hope yours is going well as well. Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. Hello, Teresa. I'm trying to finish a couple of things. Audio of Stella by Starlight and The Secret Garden. Very, very nice. Well, I have given you all your first question, and I will go ahead and I will get our sprint started. Like I said, during this first sprint, I think I'm just going to be journaling and trying to keep myself awake. I feel like I'm like falling asleep over here, but I'm happy to be able to see all of you, and thank you for joining again on another Friday. So, going to get the timer going, and I will see you all in a bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I wrote in my journal for a little while, and then I went back to reading Year of Wonders, and I am now on page 162. So officially over halfway in the book, which is super exciting. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your favorite flavor of potato chip? Potato. Let's see what you had to say. Robert put a sleeping face. Do I look like I'm asleep, Robert? Heidi said, Teresa, I just read The Secret Garden. It is a nice story. It reminds me of Heidi. And Zach says, that's a very hard question to answer, but I guess I'll go with cheddar ruffles for chips. Okay. Swank says, Teresa, I just finished The Secret Garden. Never read it before. I really liked it. A good example of character arcs. Skeleton says, I remember loving The Secret Garden and Heidi too when I was a kid, but it's been so long that this reread is almost like reading it for the first time. He said, sour cream and onion for me, especially from the Good Crisp Company. All right. Faye said, blue corn chips. All right. Angela says, it looks like I'll be celebrating Pie Day with ice cream. My favorite chip is barbecue, and I love barbecue baked Lay's. Yes. Sun Chips Garden Salsa comes in a close second. I also really do enjoy Sun Chips. I like the cheddar ones and the Garden Salsa ones. And I should have said earlier, Faye, when you mentioned blue corn chips, those are my favorite to dip in salsa. Like, I think blue corn chips, honestly, are just good by themselves, too. Like, if I had to pick any type of tortilla chip to just eat, it would probably be that. And Swing says, other than salt and vinegar, I like jalapeno and prefer kettle-style chips. Okay, yes, salt and vinegar is, like, one of my top two. I would say my absolute favorite is Lay's dill pickle, which is very, very close to salt and vinegar, of course, because, you know, that's what pickles are, but it's also got some of that dill flavor in there that I really like. Teresa says, I like the dill chips or pickle. Yes. Yes. Those are the best. And you said, Heidi Swank, this is my first time reading it, and I really like it. When I started reading it, I thought for sure it was going to be 5-star. Now I'm thinking 4-star, and I have 4 chapters left. Well, 4 stars is still pretty high, so that's good. And Christina says, there is not a chip I have ever met that I did not like. I am a savory gal. Barbecue, sour cream, and onion, or plain. I have tried ketchup-flavored Pringles. They were delicious, but they are a Canadian thing. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever had ketchup-flavored Pringles. That's a new one. Caitlin says, barbecue. All right. And Swank says, we have ketchup Pringles here in the U.S. too. Oh, I didn't know that, Swank, so cool to know. I used to love Pringles. I used to eat like plain Pringles and I think cheddar Pringles a lot when I was a kid, and then I kind of just stopped eating them. The same way that I stopped eating Bugles. Bugles were one of my favorite road trip snacks for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden I just quit eating them. But I'm sure if I had one, I would probably still like it. Christina says, Swank, oh my gosh, I have never seen them in the States or at least in California. I need to find out who sells them. And Paula's here. Hi, Paula. Paula says, hi, all. Currently sprinting myself, but I had to pop in and boop the like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Swank says, I'm in Texas. You know, we're all crazy here. Wait, it's just me. Oh, no, Texas is cool. I don't know where you are in Texas, but I'm interested to go to Austin at some point because of their slogan, Keep Austin Weird, which I think is great. Christina says, Swank, Steinbeck wrote, a Texan outside of Texas is a foreigner. A Texan outside of Texas is a foreigner, and Texas is a state of mind. I think everyone should visit Texas. One day I hope to. Swank says, just don't visit in summer. That would probably be the time that I'd be happy because I like it when it's hot out. I would always choose heat over extreme cold. And Angela says, I have a large bag of Tabasco flavored Bugles in my shopping cart at the moment. They will be new to me. I always put Tabasco sauce on popcorn, so I'll probably love them. I am surprised that I've never tried Tabasco on popcorn, and I'm even more surprised that Keaton doesn't do that because he absolutely loves hot sauce. We have an entire collection of hot sauce here that my mom and other people have just collectively over various holidays given him, and he likes to kind of go through them depending on what, dish we're eating. I've never seen him put hot sauce on popcorn. It sounds pretty good. And Magnolia says, hello, hello, hello to you. An hour earlier, I knew that it would be an hour different for you, Magnolia. Yeah, we had the time change. That we did. I said, yes, Magnolia, daylight savings. Denise says, I'm back home. We'll be eating dinner and picking a book for middle grade March. Very, very nice. And Zach says, here's some fun math. Sunrise on the Reaping was my 730th Audible book. I've been collecting them since February 12th of 2012. That is insane, Zach. Very cool. Swank says, Angela, I swear I read Tabasco flavored chips. And Denise says, better made sweet barbecue, better made are my fave chips by far, made in Detroit. Okay, I've never had those. Very cool. Swank says, you go, Zach. Magnolia says, oh, okay, thanks, Heidi. Oh my goodness, no. Why am I yawning? It's only 6 p.m. I'm sorry, everybody. I wonder if we have that soon as well. I will look it up. Rebecca's here. Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca says, vacation vibes going on. I live it. Reading Moon Garden by Michelle A. Berry for middle grade March. Everybody's reading Moon Garden. It's cool. And Magnolia says, oh, in about 2 weeks, a little bit later. Good to know. Faye says, I moved my laundry along. I've read 20 pages of Blob. Very nice. I also started a load of laundry and got it rotated into the dryer. So that's going right now. Skeleton says, ate a salad, took meds. Both good things. Nicole says, dill pickle or salt and vinegar. Yes. Yes. Give me all the dill pickle peeps. And Nicole says, read 40 some odd pages. Very nice. Magnolia says, hard question. I like a lot, but one of the ones I really love is Doritos Nacho Cheese. Doritos Nacho Cheese is classic. I also really love the ranch Doritos. Emily says, I'm not a potato chip person. Does baked Lay's count as a flavor? Yes, it does. And Zach says, thanks, Swank. Magnolia says, I'm reading Route du Soleil, not sure, by Suzanne Vermeer, by the way, which is a thriller. Cool. Zach says, you can buy powdered ketchup and make your own ketchup Pringles. Powdered ketchup. I can't imagine just buying powdered ketchup, but I guess I'm not surprised that you can do that. Faye says, I don't understand why ketchup chips are a Canada-only thing. Doesn't the rest of the world like delicious things? Yes, we do love ketchup. Ketchup is like one of the top condiments, I think, in the U.S. Rebecca says, yes, Pringles and barbecue Lays. Skeleton says, but it's hot and humid. I've lived in the high desert too long to handle that. Oh, that's fair. Aren't there like desert parts of Texas though? Or is it not the same kind of desert as like you would get in Arizona? I genuinely don't know, as I have not been to Arizona either yet. I plan to, but not yet. Swang says, we have at least a month of over 100 degrees. Yeah, I mean, that is a fair point. Humid 100 and dry 100 are very, very different. Elkie is here. Hi, Elkie. Elkie says, it's so strange. Daylight savings doesn't happen until the end of March in the UK. I feel like everyone just does what they want. It's because they do. That's 100% right. Robert says, I read Tobacco too. Oh. Tobacco. Instead of Tabasco for Angela's comment. Tobacco chips. Tobacco on popcorn. That would not be good. Angel said, favorite chip is salt and vinegar, but I do like to put Tabasco on cheese. It's on Cheez-Its. Tabasco on Cheez-Its? Okay. I miss being able to eat Cheez-Its. They were one of my favorite things until they were the very first food to ever give me heartburn. And I can't eat them anymore. So sad. And Teresa says, I still eat Bugles, but they don't fit as well on my fingers. Yes, they wouldn't for me either. I know that I can't eat very many of them anymore because I've had them as an adult. It's been a while, but I remember I used to be able to just like eat half a bag of Bugles, it seemed. And then now whenever I have them, I'm like, these taste too fried. I can't have very many. And Nicole says, Moon Garden and Secret Garden are the book picks for middle grade March. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for the clarification. Zach says, back when I was growing peppers, I almost got some Tabasco chilies and always regretted not doing that. Ah, that would have been cool. Magnolia says, same here in the Netherlands, Elkie, March 30th, it says, but indeed, it's a bit useless in my opinion. Elkie says, Magnolia, oh, you're from the Netherlands? So am I originally. I live in Scotland now, but yes, the time changes are the same, which makes it easier for me. That's so cool. Zach says, my powdered ketchup is imported from Canada, and it's meant to be popcorn seasoning. Dang, those Canadians. And Christina says, what is MGM? It's so middle grade March. It's like a read along that you can do in the month of March, reading middle grade. It's very fun. Angela says, Bugles make good Santa stockings. Dip the bottoms in white chocolate and stuff with holiday M&Ms. Perfect sweet and salty treat. That is an excellent idea. I have never heard of anybody using Bugles in that way as like a, because it almost sounds like a trail mix kind of thing where it's like you got your salty, you got a little bit of candy, got a little bit of chocolate. You know, I like that. Perfect. Skeleton says, the one time I was in Austin, it was August, I think. Got off the plane and immediately wilted into a puddle. No. Elkie says, middle grade March. And Swang says, we have every type of landscape from all over the country here in Texas. That's why Texas is cool. I mean, maybe not like literally cool temperature-wise, but I think it's a really interesting state, given the fact that Texas is huge. And yeah, you guys can accommodate just so many different climates there. And Angel says, bummer to heartburn. Yeah, it sucks. And hello, JK. Good to see you. JK says, hi, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on? I am reading Year of Wonders. And that's probably going to be the main thing that I work on during the next sprint. As long as I can. I just don't know why I feel so dang tired today. I mean, I probably do understand why. I'm refusing to accept that I'm tired and I'm going to fight through as much as I can. But just, I guess, to let you all know, if I suddenly just like kind of also wilt and turn into a puddle later on during sprints and need to go early, just know that it's because I'm probably going to go to sleep. But I'm going to try to make it through the whole kit and caboodle. I promise. That is always what I try to do. Magnolia says, Elkie, I understand your immigration. Scotland is still on my bucket list for vacation. So is immigration. I want to go to Scotland. Scotland's got some beautiful landscapes. And Magnolia says, I just joined and we are already at the making me hungry part. Yeah, I'm always starting early, Magnolia. Elkie says, Magnolia, oh yeah, me and the Netherlands don't get along very well, and you should come here. It's great. Why don't you get along with the Netherlands? I thought the Netherlands was supposed to be like one of the happiest places on earth. But then again, I don't live there, so I wouldn't know. That's only what I've heard. Nicole says, it moved inside and the wind is getting silly. Yeah, our wind can be pretty rough. And Angela says, I make them every year. They look pretty in large glass container. They will all be eaten. That's great. And Zach says, I put powdered ketchup and powdered dill pickle seasoning in my burger beef mix. Oh my God, that sounds so good. I respect that. That is an excellent idea. I mean, yeah, if we could do that with powdered Hidden Valley Ranch, why couldn't you do that with dill pickle and ketchup seasoning? Christina says, Zach, that sounds amazing. Yes, it really does. And Magnolia says, Elkie, same, though I want to immigrate to Belgium. Ah, Belgium. Very cool. Well, if you all want to let me know in the comments really quick whether you want to do a 30 or a 45-minute sprint. Again, I have a feeling I probably know, but I just want to check. I mean, it's funny because I feel like our routine is pretty much the same every single week. So do you all even want me to keep asking for a time, or would you like to just have it be standard, we do 45 minutes each time until we get to the last two. And then we pick 145 and 130. That's up to you all. I can do it either way. This is the way that I've been doing it. I just recognize that I think we pretty much always follow the same pattern. And Angela says, my brother lived in Austin. His son is still there. They were always out and about at the music events. Keaton would love that because he's a big music guy. I love music too, but Keaton loves it in a very different way other than just enjoying it. He loves to know about the artists and the way that the music is made and the history of the album, the story of the album. He's definitely a big music guy. So I'm sure he would love that. Nelgi says, I just don't mesh with the Netherlands very well, even though I grew up there. I could go on a ramble, but I try not to. That's fair. You can share whatever it is that you would like to. So thank you for letting us know. And Emily says, probably won't be here for the next chatty, so thanks for the company and hope everyone has a lovely weekend. I hope you do as well, Emily. Thanks so much. Enjoy your weekend. And Swank says 45. Christina said 45. Magnolia says, nope. The happiest place is Sweden, I believe. Definitely not the Netherlands. Not anymore. Okay. Good to know. Denise says, sounds good to follow the time pattern. Okay. And Heidi says, standard 45 and last one 30. Magnolia says 45, of course. Okay. And Elgie says, Magnolia, oh, Belgium is great, but I guess you never really know until you live somewhere and have to deal with government stuff. A holiday is always so different. That is so true just in general, even if you're traveling in the same country. And all of the places I've ever been in the U.S., every time I go someplace new, I go, I could live here. Literally every time, because there's just something about traveling somewhere new and staying there on vacation where everything feels exciting and fun. And it's like, oh, I could just, I could hang out here for a while. I was actually having that conversation with a couple of friends of mine on Tuesday because they've thought about moving to Germany or potentially Spain. And, I was telling them my experiences while traveling. And I said, but the thing is eventually it will become your new normal. And so it's like, are there really enough things there that you would truly love that after the newness wears off that you would still want to stick around? And that's the thing that I've had to come to grips with. Because at one point I thought I wanted to live in California. I ended up not doing that for a variety of reasons. One, because of cost. That's a huge one. But another one is because I didn't want to move away from my family and not be able to see, and my friends too. I didn't want to just move away from everyone and just pick up and try to start a new life in some place that I'd never spent a lot of time at and didn't really know what I was doing. And I don't regret that choice, even though I do think California is a really cool place. And Swang says, I don't do dill. I eat kosher pickles. They're pickled with garlic. I love the refrigerator ones. Yeah, I love kosher dill pickles as well. Zach says, another really good thing to do is sliced potatoes with steak fry sized pieces. Cut them in olive oil and Lipton's onion soup mix and bake them. They're really good. I would never have thought to do French fries and Lipton onion soup mix, but that does sound really good. Magnolia says that's true indeed. Swang says, yes, we do follow a schedule, but that's what makes it so comforting. Okay, hey, we'll just do that then. I'm perfectly okay with just setting up the next sprint time. We'll do that. And Heidi says, I spent only one day in Amsterdam back in 2001. Most fun ever. I will never forget it. That's cool. I want to go to Amsterdam one day. Elke said, exactly, that's very true. After 5 years in Scotland, I can safely say I would want to stay here or move somewhere else, but not back to the Netherlands. There you go. Magnolia says, Heidi, I always recommend Utrecht. I think that city is more beautiful than Amsterdam. Okay. And Swank says, Zach, yummy. All right, I will get our next sprint pulled up here, but first I got to give you all your next question. We've already kind of been answering how people feel about daylight savings, so I'm fine with. I originally had a question written out for that, but I'm not going to do that one this time. But if you want to tell us how you feel about it, you can. I think my next one is going to be my weird off the wall question for tonight, which is, would you rather have to use peanut butter as lotion or lotion as a condiment? I'm assuming everybody's probably going to have the same answer, but maybe not. And that's why this is fun. So, all right, I got 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I spent a lot of that sprint talking to Keaton, so because he got home, and so he and I were having a chat in here. In case you saw me like turned like this and just talking off off screen, it's because he was sitting on my stool over here where you all couldn't see him. But I did just jump back in the book, and I'm on page 168. One thing I appreciate about this story is that it keeps moving. Like, to me at least, plague stories are fascinating. So if you're not somebody that likes stories like that, you obviously probably wouldn't like this one, but I think it's very well written, and I'm quite fascinated by the prose and the fact that she has written another book called March, and it's about the father's perspective of the March sisters who were from Little Women. It's from the perspective of the father when he goes off to war. Little Women is one of my favorite classics, and with as much as I'm enjoying this, I probably at some point am going to want to pick that up in the future, but I'm going to wait and see until the end, of course, like how I truly feel about it. But so far, so good. Anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have to use peanut butter as lotion or lotion as a condiment? Let's see what you had to say. Do. Skeleton says peanut butter is lotion. I don't even like using lotion as lotion. Too greasy, I'm guessing. Magnolia says, oh my God, what is it with peanut butter today? We're first talking with the Dutch book group about it, that GMM having an episode about it. And now this question, what is this telling me? It's telling you that you need to go have a PB&J sandwich. Heidi says, peanut butter as lotion. I once put mayo in my hair for deep conditioning treatment as a teenager. That's interesting. I have never heard it for deep conditioning. I have heard that mayo helps cure head lice. So that's interesting. I actually knew a girl who had to have her head lice cured with mayonnaise, and she can't stand the smell of it anymore, which is why she doesn't eat mayonnaise. Ms. Wake says peanut butter is lotion. It has lots of oil, so would be good for the skin. I eat food that tastes good. No lotion with. Magnolia says peanut butter is lotion. I already use meat fat as lotion sometimes, actually, like the Indians did. I hate normal lotion. It feels horrible. All right, when you say meat fat as lotion, are you talking about tallow? Because I also have tallow that I use. Does it look like this? Like it's kind of like a yellowish color. Has kind of a, I don't even know how to really describe the smell. To me, it doesn't smell like meat. It smells like oil and herbs. I don't know why it smells like that to me. It just does. And Angela says, Heidi, my mom did the mayo thing every month. She swore by it. Awesome. And Zach says, I hate daylight savings. Random disturbing fact because the human activity pattern suddenly changed. There's thousands of more roadkill incidents because the animals are used to us moving at a different time. Yeah, I feel like I've heard that before too, that it's negatively impacted animals, people driving at night and the deer, run out in front of more cars. Yeah, it's awful. Magnolia says, totally agree with you, Zach. Zach says, I'm going with peanut butter as lotion. I hate lotion, so I only use it on my hands at night with lotion gloves to keep it from getting on stuff anyways. Okay, awesome. Galen says, peanut butter. I don't want to have to call poison control. And Jamie says, hello all and happy Friday. And happy Friday to you too, Jamie. I'm glad that you made it. And you said, I'm going to have to go with peanut butter as lotion. Thankfully, no peanut allergies here. That's true. It's very true. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Just joining. Just finished dinner, taking it easy after yesterday's event. So I'm glad to hear you're taking it easy. Said, I would rather use peanut butter as lotion, I think, because lotion as a condiment just doesn't sound good. And Zach says, the peanut butter lotion would be a huge problem with my dog, though. Oh, yes. If you have a dog, it would be all over. Tuesday night, she damaged my phone because I set it down while cooking and she thought it was food and knocked it off the counter. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. Christina says, dropping off early. Have a great night, all. You too, Christina. Thank you. And Robert says, lotion. Gross. Peanut butter on my hamburger or hot dog is less gross. Alex and Keaton are so cute. Oh, thank you. Keaton's a really good guy, so I enjoy loving on him when he gets home. That's why he always ends up coming into the shot when he walks in. It's because we have our thing where we always say hello and give each other a kiss when he gets home. And Kat says, neither of these choices seem appealing. I'll use lotion as a condiment. Okay. You know what's funny is not a single one of you has yet brought up the fact that because lotion would be a condiment, you could just choose to not use that as your condiment, just like any other. Like, you don't put ketchup on everything, you don't put mayo on everything. I was waiting for somebody to get the loophole. You all are usually the like loophole people, and not one person has done that. You could be like, well, I just won't use the lotion, then that would be fine. I'm surprised. And Denise says use peanut butter as lotion. Magnolia said just had a sandwich with peanut butter. Nice. Faye said, I did some Etsy management and then ate blue corn chips while watching YouTube. Very on theme. And Nicole said, I believe she won the Pulitzer for March. Oh, yes. Okay. I didn't know if it was March or Horse that she won the Pulitzer for, or maybe she won it for both. Not sure. And Jamie says, I'm reading Devils Kill Devils and made it to page 102. Nice. Cool title, too. Kat says, got back from dinner, listened to a couple of chapters of Injustice for All by J.A. Jance, Detective Mystery, second in the J.P. Beaumont series. Cool. Skeleton said, listen to some of The Secret Garden and got some work done on an event I'm involved in next month. Great. Nicole said, peanut butter as lotion, as life without condiments is not possible. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I also really don't like my food to be dry. I get that. And Faye says the lice must hate mayo as much as I do. Yeah, I think it like suffocates them or something. There's got to be something about it. Faye says, I'll cheat and just use the peanut oil floating at the top of the peanut butter jar as lotion. You can, if it's like natural peanut butter and it separates, you can absolutely do that. If it's like Jiffy peanut butter, you can't. And Nicole says, Zach, I hadn't thought of that, but had noticed an increase in roadkill. Denise said, I decided to go with Moon Garden, read to page 33, not liking it much so far. For those who liked it, did you like it right from the start? I'm close to DNFing. I think somebody had mentioned that you have to get through the beginning, and like once you get through that, it gets better. So, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. If you don't want to read it, don't read it. And Magnolia says, I don't know what tallow or how to spell it is. Please let me know, or I should Google it. No, just au natural after cooking pork or beef. I sometimes use a little bit only on top of my hands. Okay. Yeah, tallow, I believe, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is rendered fat from animals, right? So like in my case, what I'm using is the fat rendered from grass-fed cows. So that's what my little jar is. And Kat says, well, I was just going to say that I wouldn't eat what I used lotion on. And Swank says, give us a break. It's Friday. Our brains are mush. Mine too. I will give you a break 100%. I just think it's funny because usually everybody's always trying to like find some way to outsmart my questions. I'll take a week where you guys don't do that. That's okay. That's fine. Nicole said Pulitzer just for March. Horse won other awards. Okay, cool. Well, then I definitely should read March. It's actually kind of surprising I didn't start with that one, but this one was the one that I saw at the discount bookstore, and it was $3. And Keaton was like, I'll get that for you. And I'm glad that he did. It's cool. And Magnolia says, it really works well. It doesn't leave a horrible fat layer on your skin, is edible whenever I would rub my hand on my mouth or something, and is not chemical, but au natural. Yes, that's exactly what this stuff is as well. So, yeah, it just says Tallow Balm is a unique skincare product made from organic 100% grass-fed cows, used for centuries to nourish and soothe a variety of skin conditions. Tallow Balm works well on dry, chapped skin, rashes, tattoos, burns, itching, wrinkles, acne, eczema, psoriasis, razor burn, and more. That was actually originally the reason I got this, was to help in the event that I got a sunburn, because I guess tallow theoretically is supposed to help pull the heat out of a sunburn, but I have been using this as my lotion for like the last month on my hands because they dry out so bad. And this has been the only thing that has consistently been working for me this whole season. Other than Aveeno is pretty good, but it rubs off super easy. I've noticed with this, even after I wash my hands, because I'm a compulsive hand washer, I don't have to reapply this as often because it seems like it just absorbs better into my skin. So yeah, tallow. Never would have thought I would swear by that, but it's a good product. Angela says, I really don't enjoy Moon Garden, or didn't enjoy Moon Garden all that much. Okay, because Angela, you were the one who told me that you thought I would like it, even though you didn't have as much fun reading it. So that's curious. Nicole says, rendered fat from ruminant animals, cow and sheep. Yes, cool. Woohoo! I remembered. And Magnolia said, that sounds good as well, as long there aren't any chemicals in it. Thanks for explaining, Alex. I didn't know you could buy such thing in a jar. Yeah, from a lot of places. I mean, there are major companies that sell tallow, but a big way to buy tallow is actually from like independent creators of like people who make their own like lip balm from beeswax, people who create things like that, like farmers market stuff. That's actually where I got mine, was at a farmers market. You might be have an easier time finding something like that if you are interested in farmers markets, if you have things like that where you live. Teresa says tallow is beef or mutton. Okay, yeah, so cow or sheep. And Skeleton says, I really like Year of Wonders and Horse. I have March, but haven't read it yet. Cool. You said, I've heard good things about Memorial Days. It's very different, though. Memoir about grieving her husband. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize that she wrote a nonfiction as well. That sounds hard. Angela says, it's sci-fi and it's about space. That's why I thought, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. That probably would be something that I like. Well, lovely. So I will get our next 45-minute sprint set up here. And I also got to give you all your next question, which is going to be, would you rather always be surrounded by people who talk too much, but you like, meaning you like the people, or spend the rest of your life completely alone? That is your question. And Angela says, I prefer coconut oil as a moisturizer. Oh, yeah. I've never used that. I don't know if that absorbs any differently than an animal product would. That would be curious to try. And Nicole says, Memorial Days was just released, right? Skeleton. That probably is why I haven't heard of it and didn't realize that she had written a nonfiction if it just came out. And Skeleton said, I believe so. Okay, cool. Well, I will go ahead and get us started on our next 45-minute sprint. And Keaton very kindly made me some coffee so that I could wake the hell up. This was also a mug for all my Mass Effect fans that Keaton got for me for Christmas. It says, this is my favorite mug on the Citadel. And it's got the little symbol on the back, which I really love. So super cute. And I'm just going to drink my coffee and hopefully get some more reading done. The sun is definitely setting now. It was so beautifully bright earlier. It made me happy to have that much sunlight. Magnolia says, I think I'll be going offline. Have a wonderful rest of your day. You too, Magnolia, and enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye from us all. Let's see. Zach says, I do have to point out, literally all matter is chemicals, including water, H2O chemicals. Oh, chemicals aren't evil. Yeah, I think she's probably referring to like carcinogenic like type chemicals. Nicole says, oh my God, I need to get my hubby that mug. I'm sure you could find it. I think Keaton got it on Etsy, if I'm not mistaken, but you can definitely check it out. And Skeleton says, I've heard coconut oil is the only thing that might help with my skin since I don't have any filaggrin. I don't know what filaggrin is, but do explain. I'd love to know more. And Faye says, I ask myself this question every morning. That was good, Faye. I like that. All right. I will let you all get to your sprinting, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 184. So, doing pretty well. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather always be surrounded by people who talk too much but you like, or spend the rest of your life completely alone? So let's see what you have to say. Skeleton says it's a peptide that makes the skin cells form and die and shed in an organized fashion. Okay, that was you were saying that was filaggrin. That's what filaggrin does. Okay, very cool. Swing says live alone. If I get the urge for people, I can go visit them. I'm living alone now and enjoy it very much. It's too people-y out of here. All right. And Nicole said, I ask myself this question every morning until I finish my cup of coffee. Hubby has learned to stay in bed until I finish. Out there. I know what you mean, Swank. Skeleton says, I'm going to dodge the question and go to book club to discuss the service berry. Good night, y'all. And thanks for the sprints and chat. Well, thank you for coming, Skeleton. It was great to see you. Have a great weekend. Faye says, I like to know someone is nearby in case of an emergency, but other than that, I'd rather be completely alone. I think my brain would implode with the first option. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm one of those people that I like to be social on my terms, if that makes sense. Like if we're gonna go see people, if I'm gonna meet up with a friend, I like to plan that way in advance so that I mentally am prepared for being around people. And I know I have a set amount of time that I'm going to be chatting and having, great conversation. And then after that, I'm going to be exhausted and I want to go home. Keaton is the only person that I have lived with that, I mean, we really don't bicker, and I'm grateful for that. He's really laid back whenever I'm high strung. And that's not to say that there's never going to be a moment where we're both like, having a little bit of a bad day, but he does not really get on my nerves. And I can look at him when I need quiet and I'm like, okay, I can't talk anymore. And he just totally gets it. So, I appreciate that. Jamie says, that's a really hard question. I guess I could wear noise canceling headphones to get a break from the talking. You could, but you would also know that people are around you talking. So I don't know if even just the presence of other people would bother you or not. And then Chantel is here. Hello, good to see you. And she says, hello, found you thanks to Christina, aka K Simmons, popping in to sub and toy and to boop the like button. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yeah, Christina is super sweet person. So thank you for stopping by. Hello, Tessa. Good to see you. Tessa says, hello, everyone. I've been sick for the past 8 weeks or so with pneumonia. I'm so sorry. Welcome back. I hope you're feeling a lot better. I'm still not well, and I haven't been writing. I've been listening to revenge stories on YouTube, ebooks of a sort. I hope that that's what's been getting you through. Fight pneumonia with revenge stories. I like that. That's a good narrative. And Zach says, I'm fine alone. Send me to Mars. And Heidi says, Jamie, I had the same exact thought. Headphones. I do have noise canceling headphones, and they're great. Robert says, Tessa, nice to see you here. And Angela says, it was a huge adjustment for me to learn to be alone. I come from a large chatty family, but most have passed now. You either adapt or die, I always say. That is a very true statement. Jamie says, use that sprint to go out and grab a dessert. Listen to The Murder of Roger Ackroyd while out. Murder of Roger Ackroyd is a classic. I've read that one. It's good. Caitlin says, I like being alone. As long as I have food and internet, I'm good. And Jamie says, happy Pi Day, everyone. Faye says, I read a couple chapters of A Good House for Children. Very nice. And Tessa says, thanks, Robert. And Denise says, went to the store to get some snacks, switched to the Lost Library. I'm liking it better on page 36. Wonderful. And Robert says, alone with books, cat, Spotify, coffee, food, I'm good. And Kat says, my dad and I just got back from a walk. Oh, that's nice. I hope you had a great time. I would take the first option because we could agree to have quiet times. But eventually you would have to use the bathroom and take a shower. Yeah, that is true. Though some people probably would not mind following you to the bathroom or the shower. I've definitely known some people like that in my own life. But Kat, I would have to say I think of this in the same way as you. I used to be somebody that would be like, yeah, no, I'll just live alone forever. I really, before I met Keaton, I thought I was going to be alone my whole life because I just could not people that much to where I thought that I could have a roommate. I had my dogs and they were fine, but dogs are very, very different than people. And then I met Keaton and I'm like, well, I don't want to live alone now because I love having him around. So I would have to do the whole like, hey, I need everybody to be quiet for a time thing, and that would work out. As long as people are respectful, which they should be if they're people you like. And Kat says, how are you enjoying Roger Ackroyd, Jamie? And Kat says, oh, like my children, Alex. And let's see. We're at the over 3 hour mark, which means we're going to do one 45-minute sprint and one 30-minute sprint. So we'll just do another 45 and we'll end on the 30. How does that sound? Does everybody like that? Zach says, Kat, did you know FOMO is going to be a 5 a.m.? No, FOMO is going to be at 5 a.m. on Sunday. FOMO, I know, stands for fear of missing out. Is FOMO a group? Is that a thing? I don't know what that is. Jamie says, I live alone with cats and can't go to the bathroom or take a shower alone. Yeah, Barker will 100% follow me into the bathroom, and he gets really upset if I close the bathroom door. But he does not like it when the shower is running. Every time I turn the shower on, he goes and he gets in his bed and he waits for Keaton or I to be done with our shower, and then he'll come out. So I don't know why he doesn't like the shower, but he doesn't. And Kaz says 45:30. All right. And Zach says FOMO book club. Oh, got you. Wait, they're doing a book club at 5 a.m. on a Sunday? That's early. And Kat says, yeah, Zach, I knew. Thanks for letting me know. It's a book club. Okay, thank you. And Jamie said, really enjoying it, Kat. I'm getting close to the halfway point. Well, I hope that you have fun, as that is one of the most famous of Christie's works for good reason. And Kat says, I get up at 5 a.m., but I'm not 100% awake. They live in England. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, who would do that on purpose? People who, for them in their time zone, it's not 5 a.m. Got you. Yeah, Zach says they're in England. It's much later for them. Yeah, I remember having jet lag going to London when I was there for 2 weeks. And we left, it was like, I think midday or like towards the evening from the US, and flew overseas. And then by the time we landed, it was like the middle of the day in England. And so I just had to sleep like fully midday, like noon sun, like pouring through the window. And I was completely exhausted. That was an interesting time. Kat says, are you going, Zach? And while you all discuss the FOMO book club, I'm going to give you all your second to last question, which I do every week, which is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? Key thing about this is it only has to be interesting to you. It does not have to be interesting to anyone else. And I just want to hear whatever it is because I think it's fun. So be sure to tell me. And I will go ahead and get our 45 minutes up and going again. Hope you all like the beach theme. Really pushing for the nice warm weather. It was a gorgeous, like 70+ degree day today. And I was here for it. And I loved it so much. I didn't have to wear a hat. I didn't have to wear a jacket. It was the best thing ever. So, yeah, I just wanted something sunny to put up. So I'm going to let you all get back to your sprint. Think of your interesting thing you learned, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 200 in Year of Wonders. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I will actually go first this time. I learned that you could make a camera out of nothing but an old soda can and a piece of film, which is really cool. So what you do is you cut the top off of, like, let's say a Coca-Cola can. You just do a little pinprick hole in it. And inside the canister, you put your piece of film, and you just make sure that you're not covering the hole and that the exposure side is on the inside where the light will shine through the pinhole. And you put a little top cover on it, and you put a piece of tape over the hole, and then whenever you get to where you want to take the picture, you take the piece of tape off and you just leave it there. You can leave it there for days, and it'll do like this really, really long exposure of whatever it is that the camera is looking at, which I thought was really cool. And I saw an example of a guy who had done it with like an outside scene. I think he had gone to like a national park or something, and he left it there for several days, and you could actually see the pattern of the sun as it went, and then like the image down below. And it was just one of the coolest things. I had no idea that you could do that with some like such simple technology to make a camera. So yeah, I loved it. Let's see what you all had to say. Tessa said, I am interested in the fact that it's taking me over 2 months to get over pneumonia. I spent 9 days in the hospital. I am glad that you were recovering, but it is a long time to be sick. And Zach says, yes, that was a reread. I hated it the first time, but I liked it this time. I read it in middle school, which was 21 years ago. Okay, well, that's good that you liked it better the second time. Zach says, we're talking about To Kill a Mockingbird, by the way. Okay. It's funny that you were brought that up, because that's a book that I actually want to reread as an adult. I was talking with Keaton about it, and I definitely did not appreciate it when I also had to read it in middle school. And I feel like I would like it a lot more as an adult, especially because I don't remember a whole lot about it. I remember like a few details, but nothing that I think summarizes the entirety of the story. And Angela says, I learned about the Mariko Aoki phenomenon. It hasn't been proven yet, but a lot of people are affected by it, it seems. It's actually happened to my brother the last time we went to a bookstore. The Mariko Aoki phenomenon, can you explain to me what that is? And hi, Vanessa, good to see you. She says, hi, hello to you. A long time no talk. I hope that you are doing well. And Zach says, hi, Vanessa. And Precious says, standard is fine because we have been using it and it seems to work, in my opinion. You are tired, so 30 is fine. Go rest and give your body what it needs. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. We'll do one last 30-minute sprint after this, and then I definitely will go take a rest. I will say the thing that has saved me was Keaton making me that cup of coffee, because I finally haven't been yawning for a while. I think I probably would have given up by now had he not made coffee. He drinks coffee at all hours of the day. It doesn't matter what time it is. So I can always count on him to make a pot of it when he gets home. And I very rarely drink coffee in the evenings, but I told him, I was like, I think I need it this time because I am flagging hard. And Teresa said, I'm going for a walk. Hope to catch you Hope to catch your closing chat. Well, I hope you enjoy your walk. And Kat says, Zach, it was a reread for me too. I read it the first time as an adult. My son Andrew had to read it in his 8th grade English class. I loved it both times I read it. That's awesome. You said, are you reading Aragon? Oh, no. That is a book. I know I haven't finished your comment, Kat, but that is a book that does not hold up. I read it as an adult, and it's definitely the best of the... So I know there are 4 books. I've read 3 of the 4. I've been holding off on reading the 4th one because the 2nd and the 3rd one put me in reading slumps. And I'm like, eventually I will finish the series, but I just can't bring myself to do it yet. The first book, Aragon, was definitely the best of them, but it was also the shortest one. And I actually got rid of my copy after I got done reading it as an adult because I was like, it just doesn't, it's just not the same. Doesn't bring the joy that, and I also used to love the movie. I loved it so much. And then when I read the book as an adult, I went and rewatched the movie and I realized that the movie was very, very different from the book. And I ended up hating it. And I never watched the movie again either, which is funny. And anyway, you said, Zach, that will also be a reread for me if I decide to read it. It will be my third time reading it. It would be a good excuse for me to read the rest of the series. If you haven't read the rest of the series and that's why you enjoy the first one, I totally understand. And I'm not dissuading you from reading the others. You might find them really interesting. Keaton also read the second book and he agreed with me that it was just a slog to get through. It's really slow. It basically, the whole thing is kind of like a big training montage. So, normally in a movie, you've got like maybe a little like 5-minute spiel set to music of like a training montage. Imagine that's like a 500-page book. I don't even remember how many pages Eldest is, but it was too many. If you decide to read it, I hope you end up liking it a lot more than me. And Kat says, Alex, I need to keep a list of stuff I learned throughout the week so I don't draw a blank when you ask this question. If it makes you feel any better, I have a place that I save that too of like the one thing I want to talk about because I might forget as well. So don't worry. It's not your fault. Nicole says, I learned there's a flowchart of philosophical fiction. I don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting. I love philosophy. And Christina says, hi, everyone, and hello to you. Robert says, I learned that upcoming books by Suntup Press are made with Cougar Natural Neenan cotton paper. Folio books are made with Abbey Wove, Italy. Okay. Neat. I like the paper that my folio books are printed on. They're definitely like a much thicker paper. I don't know how that would compare to the Nina cotton paper. Gat says, I am looking at Facebook. I just learned that one of my former students, Jude, received his gold wings and is officially a Navy winged pilot. He was a terrific student, and I'm really proud of him. That's lovely. Well, congratulations to him. So cool. Vanessa says, I edited a whole 8 minutes of my video. It was originally 61 minutes, currently at 44 minutes of footage to edit. Very nicely done. I know that struggle, Vanessa. I really do. You said, oh, that's awesome, Kat. Kat says, during that sprint, I showered and then looked at social media. By the way, I made it to chapter 20 of 38 in my mystery book. Awesome. Great job. Faye says, I read some more of Blob. I just Blob. Beautiful. Denise says, it made it to page 73. Can't think of anything I learned, but I love your camera story. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I love it when people share quirky things like that because there's something wholesome about it. I don't really know how to describe it better than that. It's just kind of a feel-good thing to learn about how something that to me seems so complicated can be achieved in such a simple and elegant way. And Zach says, some people use a flashlight to draw stuff in long exposure photography. It looks really cool. That would be really cool and makes sense that they could do that since it's like a similar idea as the pinhole. And Jamie says, thanks to these sprints, I learned what filigree is. Oh, yes, that's another thing. Thank you, Skeleton. And Angela says, Google Alex, very interesting. I stumbled upon it on Reddit. Okay, I will take a look, Angela. Jamie says, I read another 29 pages in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Very nice. And Zach says, I just added 120 milligrams of caffeine to a Rockstar Punched energy drink. Oh my God. You're going to be awake until like 5 a.m. Robert says, Marika Aoki phenomenon. I don't know what that... I'm going to have to look it up. I don't know what that means. The poop emoji's got me wondering, though, because, okay, this is going to sound really weird. I'm sure it's not related whatsoever at all. But there are some people that say that when they walk into stores that have really bright lights, like it happens to a lot of people, I guess, when they go to Target, they immediately have to go to the bathroom. Is that what you're talking about? I don't think that's it, but if I got that, I have heard that before, which I think is interesting because I have never had that experience of just walking in someplace and being like, I gotta go now. Nope. And Vanessa says, you're trying to stay awake, Zach. Zach says, I still had the same problems with To Kill a Mockingbird, but I guess I've grown up and accepted the fact that South doesn't want to change, so it never will. I think everything does with enough time, but enough time has not passed. Caitlin says, I haven't done anything besides watch reality TV, so I could say a lot about Southern Charm, but nothing actually interesting. That's totally cool. And Nicole said, philosophical fiction is a genre of fiction that's mostly based around discussion of philosophy. No, I got that part. That part I understand. What I was wondering about is the flow chart part of it. Like, I don't know what you mean by a flow chart of philosophical fiction. But I think what is that book? Doesn't it have Sophie in the name? It's one that I feel like I need to read because I've heard that it's a really big like philosophical fiction story. Philosophy. So Sophie's World by Joe Stein Gardner. That's one that eventually I'm going to need to read. I think it's where our main character Sophie has like philosophical discussions with a pen pal. Again, could be mistaken about that. I haven't read it yet. Sounds interesting. Zach says, I learned a bastard sword is called that because it's like the bastard offspring of two-handed long sword and one-handed short sword. That's great. I've never heard that. And Nicole said, a professor made a flowchart of books to read in that genre based on interest. It's great. We'll do video on it soon. Oh, nice. I would love to see that. Caitlin said, well, actually, apparently Victorians would take mummies and unwrap them at parties. Just saw that on TikTok, so take that with a grain of salt. But if true, ew. Victorians did a lot of things that were distasteful because it used to be in vogue to desecrate archaeological sites, to take like mummified remains and other artifacts. And I believe that's true that like members of high society who had the money to get the artifacts would display them at parties until eventually we started realizing that maybe desecrating burial sites was not such a great idea. And Kat said, Vanessa, I've been editing my week of weird vlog all week. It looks like it might be about 50 minutes. Nice. And Jamie said, are you on the ceiling, Zach? Robert says, bingo. Oh, I got it. Okay, so it is. It's the bright light thing. Okay. That's funny that I've heard of that, but did not remember the name. And I only figured that out, Robert, because of your poop emoji. So thank you for the context clues. My brain made the connection. Jamie says, I have heard about mummies before, Caitlin. How disrespectful and just plain weird. Yeah, it really is. Angela says, it has to do with books, but yeah, same idea. Okay. Skeleton says, Sophie's World gets kind of mind-bendy. Philosophy, I feel like, is that way in general, because eventually once you've explored enough philosophy, you kind of like come back around to other ideas, and it's like this, I don't know, ebb and flow, and it twists in and around on itself. And that's the really interesting part about it. I had a professor for philosophy, and I don't think it's this way for everybody, but for him, he said that philosophy has an interesting way of like making people question their religious beliefs. And then eventually, after they learn enough philosophy, they kind of come back around to religion, not necessarily organized religion, but it makes them think about, things in a different way, because once you've explored so many ideas, you've kind of have this idea for you of like what you think happens to people when they die, for example, or like what is the meaning of life. And for a lot of people, the more philosophy they learn initially, it's a shock and it's kind of terrifying, and it makes you question everything that you believe about yourself. And then it kind of, the more you learn, it brings you this peace, if you will, about your place in the world. So philosophy to me is a really interesting it's like what's the word I'm looking for, profession, That's not quite the word I'm looking for, but yeah, it's an interesting profession as well. And Zach says, added the caffeine to the energy drink because I was a little sleepy. I need to take 3 50 milligram sleeping pills to go to sleep anyways. Oh, okay. Angela said, not bright lights, but literature in general. Okay. The book's got to make you poop. I don't know what that is. I also can say, have not experienced that. Zach says, there's some good classic Victorian horror stories that take place during mummy unwrapping parties. I 100% believe that. And Swank says, there was a mummy brown paint that was made from mummies. I mean, that's not the weirdest thing I've ever heard because back in the day, we're not talking about people who lived in cities. We're talking about people who lived out in the country, okay, in Europe. And later on, actually, in the United States as well, when the Salem witch trials and everything was going on, like that kind of era, people also believed in vampires, like real vampires, and they believed that people with tuberculosis were basically being sucked dry by a vampire and were being turned into one. So if you were suspected of being a vampire and you died, they would actually cut out your heart and sometimes your other organs, and they would put it on a pyre, and then people who lived in your community who they believed that maybe you had infected them, they would stand around the pyre and they would inhale the smoke from your burning remains in the hopes that it would cure them of the vampirism. So people have done a lot of weird things throughout all of history to dead people, unfortunately. And Caitlin says, everything I've learned about the Victorian era is just horrible. Yeah, it wasn't great. It really wasn't. Not a time I'd really want to go back to. I will say the Victorian era is a great era to read about. It was not a great era to live in my opinion. That's just like my opinion, man. But I'm going to go and speaking of philosophy, that was a good movie. I actually had to watch that as part of my philosophy class. Am I the only one here who gives a fuck about the rules? The Big Lebowski. I've still only seen it the one time, but it has some really great quotes. Let's see. And Skeleton says, I wonder if that's what they'll say about our era someday. Oh, they will. It'll just be in a different way, and it's all going to be based around social media and the videos that people leave behind, because the internet is forever. Never forget, because the internet won't. But I will go ahead and get our 30 minutes up, and I will give you our last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? And see, Angela said, I'm glad you haven't experienced it. Barnes & Noble workers complain about having to clean their nightmarish bathrooms. It was hilarious to read about their horror stories. I laughed, but they were dead serious. I have never heard of this, and I do not know a single person that I've been to a bookstore with who's ever experienced that. That's wild to me. I don't understand what would cause that. Jamie said, the dude abides. Yes, the dude abides. Zach says, microplastics are our generation's lead paint. Oh, yeah. Except they're not just our generations. That's just now every future generation's problem. At least the people who use lead paint could just, quit using the lead paint. Microplastics are everywhere, unfortunately. I'm saying unfortunately a lot tonight. I'll try to stop doing that. I'll endeavor to be more positive. So I got our last 30 minutes up on the clock, everybody. We're going to be ending right around that 5-hour mark. So that'll be pretty perfect for tonight. So be sure to let me know the thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And I think I'm going to take a bit of a break from my book after I get through maybe like this next little section, just because this part I'm at is really interesting, but I don't know how much more I'm going to be able to read because I feel like my eyes are kind of glazing over a little bit. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended tonight on page 209. So I'm officially under 100 pages for finishing the story. Yay! It's taking forever, but that's because of me and not the book this time. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something that you did 2 minutes ago or something you did last Saturday. Doesn't matter. Just something that you're proud of. Let's see what you had to say. Kat says, my accomplishment this week was completing my health assessment this morning at Spa 728. Very, very nice. I'm glad you do something for yourself, Kat. And Faye says, I booked my first violin lesson, lifelong dream and the main goal of my physiotherapy for the past year. That's really wonderful, Faye, and I hope that you have a great time with it. As somebody who played the violin for 7 years, I can tell you that starting out, it can be quite frustrating, can be challenging, but rewarding if you stick with it. So I hope that you have a great time. And Caitlin says, I've never experienced it either, but at one of their midnight release parties recently, the bathroom was just awful, so dirty. So I've heard from my sister. Okay. Kat says, Faye, that's cool. My grandmother played the violin in an orchestra. She taught me to play, but I quit in the 3rd grade. I regret not keeping up with it. I wanted to play outside instead. Yeah, I regret that I didn't keep up with my violin either, because it definitely is use it or lose it type thing in terms of like practice and the fluidity and your ear being tuned to the right pitch and everything like that. I've lost a lot of it, not all of it, but I've lost a lot of it, unfortunately. Faye says, Kat, I wanted to quit piano and take violin as a kid, but my brother had just quit piano and my parents wouldn't allow both of us to. That's terrible. Oh, how unfair. Angela said, I washed away the nasty winter residue off my car, both inside and out. Of course, we're getting an inch of rain tomorrow. Yeah, but if you did like the underbody or anything like that, then at least you got the salt off. So that's good. Angela said, Caitlin, that's crazy. Kat said, Faye, did you play piano for long? I always wanted to learn how to play the piano and the drums. Yeah, I really love the sound of a piano. I have never learned how to play that. And Robert, are you ready to go to sleep, Robert? Is that what you're telling me? You tell me I'm boring you? Denise said, only read 2 pages to finish the chapter I was on, then watched some YouTube. Hey, you still finished the chapter. Good job. Skeleton said, Faye, cool. I switched from violin to piano when I was 8 and then to flute when I was 11, but I still get out my violin and play sometimes. Jamie says, I'm proud that I have finished some scrapbook layouts this week after a 3-month slump. Great job. That's wonderful. Good that you took a break, too. Denise said, went walking in the park yesterday and today and got some decluttering done. Very nice. Angela says, I read 72 pages in David Copperfield tonight. It stirs emotions. Thanks for the sprints. Hope work goes better next week. Oh, thank you very much. And I'm glad that you got some good reading in for David Copperfield. That is something I have never read, so I'm glad that you're enjoying it. My thing that I accomplished was something that I did yesterday, and it's funny because I got injured while doing it, but it's still the thing I guess I'm the most proud of. My neighbor Kyle, he's a friend of mine, and we like go to trivia together, and they're just like really great people to be around. Him and his wife. And Kyle asked me if I would help him work on his car because he's been working on his car for years and years, and like it was something that his dad taught him how to do. And so he's like, "Yeah, I got to change out these wheel bearings if you want to be there." And I know that I think it initially was going to start out just being like a teachable moment, but fortunately, because of my experience working on my own car and research I had done well previously on like how to change wheel bearings, we ran into some issues while we were working on his truck, and I actually was able to help with some things because I knew what was wrong. I knew what was going on, and that made me feel really good. And unfortunately, during one of the parts we were really working on it, I was leveraging a crowbar and my hand slipped and I was putting so much force into it that I basically full force punched hit the control arm of his car with the back of my hand. And I was going to help him change both wheel bearings, but I could only manage one because by the time we were done with the first one, I couldn't close my hand anymore. And there's a bruise and swelling over like one whole side of my hand right now. Fortunately, today it feels good. Like I can move it and everything. I didn't break or fracture anything. It just internally is bruised and tender. But yeah, I've just been taking some Tylenol and some ibuprofen. But I got injured helping out and doing something that I felt like was fun and worthwhile. So I don't even really mind. And Faye said, Kat, I started piano lessons at 8 or 9, got as far as a grade 6 exam and chickened out of taking it. I still play sometimes, but get a lot of back pain. Yeah, having to sit up straight. That was one thing with playing the violin too, is you have to sit at the very edge of your chair, back perfectly straight, in your good posture. Your wrist has to be straight as well. It can't be cramped in on the violin. It has to be out. And your feet need to be flat on the floor, which is something that I struggle with because I'm one of those weird people that likes to wrap my ankles around the legs of a chair, which is a big no-no. But yeah, I hope that playing the violin will not give you back pain. And Skeleton says, I guess my accomplishment this week was surviving a barium swallow esophagram. Okay, yes, that sounds horrifying. So I'm glad you made it through that. And Caitlin says, I have hopefully finished all my paperwork for a new job, hoping to hear about the next stage soon. Good luck. I hope that it goes great for you and that it is smooth. And Kat says, during that sprint, I fed Nene and edited some of my vlog. Wonderful. Tell all of your wonderful critters hello and give my best regards to Ice Cream Bar. And Tootie. Jamie said, I got another 16 pages read, really enjoying it. Woohoo! And Kat says, that's a bummer about your back, Faye. And Kat says, yay, Jamie, I can't wait to get back to my scrapbooking. Skeleton says, I listened to some more of The Secret Garden. Very nice. And Kat says, you are so lucky that you didn't break or fracture your hand. Yeah, especially because, like, when I say I full force punched it, I mean, I was really putting as much into it as I probably could. And I think when my hand slipped, I tried to pull, like, a little bit back when I realized it, but it happened so quickly that there was no way that I could stop my hand from hitting it. So, yeah, it sucked. And it was one of those pains that when it happened, it not only hurt the back of my hand, it went through my palm and shot up my elbow. And there was like this pulsing pain, and it was just like continuously getting worse. Like it's kind of like when you hit your funny bone in your elbow, but I didn't hit my elbow. I hit the back of my hand, and I was getting that kind of pain. So I was kind of concerned initially when it happened, but I was like, I'm going to push through because I want to get done with at least this one part of the project. But when I finally went back inside and like got to take a rest, I was like, okay, my hand really can't do anymore today. Like I was having a hard time even like picking up my phone and like gripping the doorknob. So, but much better today. You can see, I can fully flex my hand. Much better today. JB says, it's so much fun, Kat. And Kat says, how are you enjoying The Secret Garden, Stina? And Faye said, yeah, those are reasons my physiotherapist said a few months ago I probably won't be able to do it, but I found a teacher who understands, so why not try? Oh, absolutely. Give it a go. And if you have to, one of the things, as long as it's not a super deep chair, you can, sit up against the back of the chair as long as your posture is good, and try it that way. That way you're not sitting at the very front end of it. Because I had two teachers that they were sticklers about it. We were not allowed to lean in any way. But if you're not playing for a concert, right, in front of people, trying to be a concert master, you're learning for the first time. So do whatever is going to make your body the most comfortable as long as you have good posture. And Jamie said, that's great that you were able to figure out the problem. Not so great that you hurt yourself. Yeah. Well, I was joking with Kyle before we started. I said, well, the thing about these kinds of projects is there's always going to be one thing that goes wrong. And there was. There was like one big thing that happened that went wrong. And part of, like, for me, I guess it was hurting my hand, and for him it was he got one of his tools stuck, and I had to help give a suggestion on how to get it out, which ended up resulting in him getting his sawzall and having to actually cut through a bolt. It was a whole thing. There was like multiple things that went wrong while doing this wheel bearing, but we had laughs. We had a good time, and it was beautiful weather. I could not have asked for better weather. Stina said, Kat, I'm enjoying it. So sweet and wholesome. And Kat says, I have a scrapbooking event in June, but I need to get organized soon to get a bunch accomplished, Jamie. Skeleton said, I mean, wow, colonialism, but it doesn't lean into it, but presents it as that's how it was. Okay. Cool. And Kat says, yay, Stina, I'll be starting it soon. And Faye says, I have pretty bad scoliosis. There is no good posture to be found here. Okay, that's fair. Okay, Faye, don't listen to me. You do whatever you got to do. But yeah, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me for another Friday Night Lights, as Heidi likes to say. And I really hope that you all have a wonderful weekend. I actually have plans tomorrow. I'm going to meet some gal friends, and we're going out for tea and like little mini sandwiches and cakes and stuff, which is cool because I've never done that before, where you go to a place where you actually just sit and have tea, and they bring out like one of those tier things that have all the little snacks on it. Super excited about that, and I'm hoping it's going to be a lot of fun. So good night, or good day, I should say, to all of you. Robert said, thank you for another great Friday night. Hashtag Pi Day, hashtag 314. Thank you for coming, Robert. They said, good night, all. Good night. Skeleton said, thank you. Thank you. Angela said, I injured my right hand almost 4 weeks ago. The pain still comes and goes. Ice packs, Voltaren, and Tylenol are my new friends. It's put a cramp on doing household chores, sleeping, almost everything. I'm sorry, Angela. I imagine you probably have gotten a hand brace for it already. I know that can be good to like keep it in place. So I'm sorry that happened. I don't know if like wearing a compression glove would help at all. And Zach says, fun fact, I'm still sleepy. You do not react to caffeine the same way that I do. I'm super sensitive to caffeine. So respect. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. To you as well, Kat. Thank you. Denise says, thanks. Thank you. Caitlin says, thanks for the sprints, everyone. Have a good weekend and week. You too. Thank you so much. Angela says, I want to go for tea. Yeah, I know. It's going to be cool, I hope. I love tea, so I think it'll be great. And Jamie says, thanks for sprints. And thank you all. And have a good night.